to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where we learn while we drift off to sleep. Calm, thoughtful stories that share knowledge and gently guide you into rest. Tonight's story takes us into the brilliant and endlessly curious world of Leonardo da Vinci, a painter, an inventor, a dreamer whose mind danced between art and science, from the mysterious smile of the Mona Lisa to the daring sketches of flying machines. Leonardo imagined a world far beyond his time. As you listen, allow your body to loosen, let your thoughts soften, and let sleep come naturally. If you enjoy learning while you drift to sleep, don't forget to subscribe so you can join us for more gentle bedtime stories. And if you'd like, share your thoughts in the comments. Now, settle comfortably into your bed. Take a slow, deep breath in and gently let it go. Allow your eyes to close, your body to soften, and your mind to open to wonder. Leave behind the noise of the day and drift into a calm and peaceful night. Now, we begin our journey through the extraordinary world of Leonardo da Vinci. In a candlelit workshop in Renaissance Italy, a solitary figure leans over a wooden table. The warm glow of the flame dances across scattered papers, sketches of curious machines with wings, notes scrolled backwards in mirror writing, and studies of human anatomy. In the corner rests an easel bearing the portrait of a woman with an enigmatic smile, her eyes seeming to follow the dreamer at his desk. This gentle scene feels like something out of a fairy tale. The quiet scratch of pen on paper, the scent of oil paint and paper, the stillness of midnight broken only by the occasional sigh of the Italian wind outside. We are entering the world of Leonardo da Vinci, a world where art and science entwine in a magical tapestry. From the Mona Lisa to flying machines, from delicate paintings to futuristic inventions, Leonardo's universe is an extraordinary blend of imagination and intellect. It is a place where reality and imagination meet, as soothing as a lullaby, as captivating as a legend. Before us unfolds a meditative journey through this world, a journey lit by the soft light of knowledge and wonder. We will wander through Renaissance Italy's vibrant streets and quiet libraries, peek into candlelit studios, and scroll through sepia-toned notebooks. We will watch Leonardo dissect the mysteries of nature by day and gaze at the stars by night, pondering the deepest philosophical questions of existence. Like a kindly storyteller guiding us by the hand, the narrative will weave history, science, philosophy, and art into one harmonious tale. In this long essay, let us drift gently into Leonardo's story, not a strict chronology of events, but a soothing exploration of themes and ideas. Along the way, we'll hear the voices of sages like Marcus Aurelius, Rumi, Dante Alighieri, Aristotle, and Machiavelli, whose wisdom echoes the very spirit of the Renaissance. Their words, alongside Leonardo's own musings, will be our guiding stars. So make yourself comfortable, as if settling in a soft armchair by a fire. Imagine the distant chime of a Florentine bell tower, marking the hour. Allow your mind to float between reality and imagination. We begin our journey into a world where a painting's mysterious smile holds clues to human nature, and where a sketch of a flying machine carries the dreams of mankind. This is the extraordinary world of Leonardo da Vinci, a world that, even centuries later, invites us to wonder, learn, and find peace in the gentle pursuit of truth and beauty. Renaissance dawn, a world reborn. Once upon a time, in the mid-15th century, Italy blossomed with new light. People later would call this time the Renaissance, meaning rebirth, for it was as if culture itself had awakened from a long slumber. In the cities of Florence, Milan, and Venice, candles burned late into the night in workshops and studies. Sculptors chipped away at marble to reveal forms of astonishing beauty. Painters ground minerals into pigments to capture the colors of sunrise. Scholars pored over dusty manuscripts of ancient Greece and Rome, rediscovering wisdom that had been forgotten. In quiet monastery libraries, monks copied the works of Aristotle and Plato, while on the streets outside, merchants and princes debated philosophy under the stars. Florence, especially, glowed with creative energy. Under the guidance of the powerful Medici family, the city had become a haven for artists, scientists, poets, and thinkers. Imagine walking through a Florentine market at dawn. The scent of fresh bread mingles with that of ink and parchment. Tutanul. Here a mathematician eagerly discusses a new theory of perspective. There an artist purchases rare ultramarine blue for a Virgin Mary's robe. Young Michelangelo Buonarroti studies anatomy by sketching the dawn-lit musculature of a standing peasant, while Niccolò Machiavelli listens intently to travelers' tales of distant lands and political intrigues. In the air is a sense of possibility, a feeling that humans can reach higher, understand more, create more deeply than ever before. All humans by nature desire to know, wrote Aristotle long ago, and in the Renaissance this desire became a joyful fever. Men and women yearned to uncover the workings of the world and the secrets of beauty. Ancient wisdom and new discoveries danced together in lively dialogue. It was in this invigorating atmosphere that Leonardo da Vinci was born in 1452, in the Tuscan hill town of Vincitain. He arrived as the illegitimate son of a notary and a peasant woman, an unassuming beginning for one who would become a legend. Tuscany's gentle hills and forests were his childhood playground and first classroom. We can picture young Leonardo wandering among olive groves and streams, eyes wide with wonder. Perhaps at dusk he would pause to watch the way light faded over the landscape, or in the afternoon observe the spiral flight of seeds falling from a tree. Nothing was too small or mundane to fascinate him. The smell of wet stone after rain, the geometry of a spider's web glistening with dew, the chorus of frogs at twilight, all these were threads of nature's tapestry that Leonardo longed to unravel. He later wrote that learning never exhausts the mind, and indeed, his mind from youth was like a sponge soaking up every detail of creation. In Florence, where Leonardo spent his adolescence, the Medici court bustled with creative giants. Lorenzo de' Medici, called the Magnificent, gathered artists and intellectuals as a constellation around him. In Lorenzo's gardens and halls, young Leonardo might have encountered the aging master Donatello, or the mathematician Regiomontanus, or heard poets reciting Dante's verses. He absorbed it all quietly, like a painter preparing a rich palette of colors. This was a time when the idea of the Renaissance man, one who could do all things and explore every field, took shape. A contemporary of Leonardo proclaimed that a man can do all things if he will, reflecting the era's belief in human potential. Knowledge was not compartmentalized. Art, science, engineering, music, philosophy, all were facets of the same gem, different expressions of a quest for truth. By the time Leonardo was a teenager, his talent was undeniable. His father sent him to apprentice in the workshop of Andrea del Verrocchio, a respected Florentine artist. There, in a bustling studio smelling of paint, clay and metal. Leonardo's formal education in art and craft began. Picture him at age 14, grinding pigments with a mortar and pestle, mixing fine powders into oils to create vivid paints. Around him, Verrocchio's workshop is alive. Apprentices sculpting clay models, others casting bronze, or carefully gilding frames. The young Leonardo studies everything. How a garment folds in light and shadow, how a horse's muscles ripple when it moves, how to blend colors to mimic nature's subtle gradients. He was an affectionate boy, known for his good looks, graceful manner, and a seemingly inexhaustible curiosity. At night, after the day's work, one can imagine him by a small window overlooking Florence's rooftops, sketching by the last light of dusk the silhouette of a dome or the posture of a passerby in the street below. These simple moments, a boy drawing quietly as the world darkens, are as important to his story as his grand masterpieces. In those moments, the seed of observation took root in him, the habit of truly seeing the world. The Renaissance world that nurtured Leonardo was not only one of art and gentleness, however. It was also a time of power struggles between city-states, of exploration and expanding horizons. As Leonardo grew into his 20s, Christopher Columbus would sail westward in search of new continents in 1492, and Copernicus in the north would begin contemplating a sun-centered cosmos. The printing press, invented a few decades earlier, was spreading new ideas like wildfire, even as the Medici fostered art in Florence. In Rome, the Pope sponsored monumental works, and in Milan, the Sforza dukes vied for cultural prestige. Italy was a quilt of small states, each seeking glory through art, architecture, and sometimes war. This dynamic environment meant that a man of Leonardo's talents had many opportunities and many challenges. It was a world that could celebrate a genius, but also a world that demanded practical results. Beautiful paintings for churches, stronger fortresses for defense, ingenious entertainments for courts. Leonardo would navigate this world, sometimes uneasily, as both an artist and an engineer, a dreamer and a doer. As dawn breaks over our scene, imagine the young Leonardo standing on a balcony in Florence, watching the sunrise gild the tiles of the city. Perhaps he recalls Dante's poetic line, urging humans to pursue knowledge. Consider your origins. You were not made to live as brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge. These words of Dante, written over a century earlier, capture the spirit of Leonardo's time, a spirit he himself would embody. In the fresh morning air of Renaissance dawn, the extraordinary journey of Leonardo da Vinci was beginning, carrying within it the promise of art yet to be painted and inventions yet to be drawn, all fueled by an insatiable curiosity about the wonders of creation. Leonardo's early years. Leonardo's early life reads not as a list of dates, but as a series of vivid scenes that shaped his character. Let us walk into one of those scenes. It is around 1468 in Verrocchio's Florence workshop. Late evening. The other apprentices have gone home. Only Leonardo remains, unable to pull himself away from a panel he is painting. By faint lamplight, he adds final touches to the angel in a baptism of Christ scene, a piece Verrocchio has been commissioned to complete. Legend has it that Leonardo's angel was so exquisitely rendered, with softly feathered wings and a radiant expression, that upon seeing it, Verrocchio himself decided never to paint again, feeling upstaged by his pupil's skill. Whether true or not, the story captures Leonardo's exceptional gift. More importantly, it highlights how his gift was coupled with dedication. The young Leonardo spent countless hours practicing drawing, experimenting with oil paints, a relatively new medium at the time, and sculpting delicate clay models of drapery to understand how fabric falls on the human form. In these youthful labors, we see the emergence of the polymath, the universal man that he would become. He was learning the art of art, but along the way, he was also picking up geometry for perspective, chemistry in mixing pigments, and even basic anatomy by studying how muscles create movement, so he could paint bodies accurately. Florence recognized Leonardo's talent, but it was also a city brimming with artistic competition. By his mid-20s, Leonardo yearned for larger projects and patronage to match his soaring imagination. In 1482, at about 30 years old, he moved to Milan, offering his services to Duke Ludovico Sforza Tano. The way he did so is telling of his multifaceted genius. Leonardo wrote a letter to the Duke, often considered one of the earliest resumes in history, in which he detailed what he could build and invent. He described designs for lightweight bridges, powerful cannons, armored vehicles that could storm through battle lines, and efficient architecture for public buildings. Only at the very end of this impressive list did he add, almost humbly, that he could also paint and sculpt as well as any man. In times of peace, he wrote, I believe I can give perfect satisfaction and to the equal of any in architecture and the composition of buildings. Likewise in painting, I can do everything possible. In other words, Leonardo the engineer introduced himself before Leonardo the artist. This is remarkable. It shows that even in his own mind, Leonardo saw no divide between the arts and sciences. Mechanics and mathematics were as much his playground as color and canvas. Mechanics are the paradise of the mathematical sciences. He would later write, because by means of them one comes to the fruits of mathematics. To him, building a flying machine or sculpting a statue sprang from the same wellspring of creativity. The Duke of Milan did eventually accept Leonardo into his service. Here we glimpse another scene, Leonardo arriving at the Sforza court, a place of courtly intrigue, splendid banquets, and learned discussion. Milan's castle would become his home for many years. Duke Ludovico valued him not only as an artist to decorate the family chapels and palaces, but also as an ingenious mind to enhance the prestige and power of Milan. In Milan, Leonardo flourished and struggled in equal measure. He was given grand projects, designing a huge bronze equestrian statue in honor of Ludovico's father, for instance. Leonardo poured himself into that task, studying the anatomy of horses with obsessive detail, even writing to a stable master for the biggest horse he could find to use as a model. He sculpted a massive clay model of the horse, envisioned to stand over 20 feet high. It was an engineering challenge, as much as an artistic one, requiring plans to cast it in bronze without cracking. Unfortunately, what interrupted this project, bronze meant for the statue was repurposed into cannon, and Leonardo's clay horse never became bronze. It stood majestically for a while, but was eventually destroyed when the French invaded Milan. One can imagine Leleau's heartbreak, years of work undone, but also his resilience. He moved on to new ideas, as if his mind could not dwell on disappointment for long, when there was so much else to explore. During these Milan years, Leonardo's workshop must have been a marvel to behold. Canvases, blueprints, and scientific instruments cluttered the space. A visiting dignitary might find Leonardo painting a portrait in one corner, the subject sitting quietly as Leonardo, with furrowed brow, blended his oil paints to achieve just the right shadow at the corner of a smile, while in another corner lay gears, wheels, and a half-built model of some machine to pump water or measure the stars. Assistants and pupils came and went, helping him mix paints or prepare diagrams. Leonardo, generous with his knowledge, would teach them perspective one moment and anatomy the next. Yet, it was also said that he completed relatively few paintings in these years. His restless mind often led him to start more projects than he finished. This drew some criticism from contemporaries, but it seems to have been part of his nature. Exploration mattered more to him than completion. He once jotted in his notebook a list of personal failures, chiding himself to do better, a poignant glimpse of how human this legend was. But if he left some works unfinished, it was only because he was busy learning everything. One friend wrote that Leonardo's knowledge of music was as astounding as his painting. He could play the lute beautifully and even design new musical instruments. Another account described him putting on dazzling theatrical performances for the Duke, inventing stage sets with moving trees and planets, and even robotic figures that could amaze an audience. It seems there was almost nothing Leonardo did not at least try his hand at. In this way, Leonardo's youth and early adulthood laid the groundwork for the fully realized polymath he became. By the end of the 1480s, he was not just a painter, or a sculptor, or an engineer. He was all of them and more. People in Milan must have whispered about this Florentine genius in awe. A man who could discuss geometry with scholars in the morning, plan a grand city canal system in the afternoon, and entertain the court in the evening with a lyre solo or a witty fable he had penned. Bears, what does it mean to be such a Renaissance man? Leonardo's life itself is the answer. It means to embrace the whole range of human inquiry, to say yes to curiosity in all its forms. It is a philosophy of living as much as a set of skills. Renaissance thinkers believed that divine inspiration didn't belong to one domain alone. It could shine in painting, in invention, in poetry, or in the study of nature. Leonardo took this to heart. He treated painting as a science and science as an art. Perhaps one quiet night in Milan, Leonardo visited the library of the monastery of San Marco, or so we can imagine, seeking a rare manuscript of Vitruvius, the ancient Roman architect who wrote about proportions. He lights a small oil lamp and reads Vitruvius' description of the ideal human body, inscribed in a circle and a square. The library is silent, except for the turning of pages. The smell of aged paper fills the air. Leonardo's mind begins to wonder and dream. He sees in Vitruvius' words an image, a man, arms and legs outstretched, fitting perfectly within those two primal shapes. He envisions how he might draw this, show the geometry underlying the human form. In that peaceful moment of study, one of history's most famous drawings is conceived. The Vitruvian Man, a symbol of the harmony between human and cosmos. Leonardo's broad education and curiosity made such connections possible. The boy who once sketched by a window had grown into a man who could unite math and art in a single image. He exemplified what the Stoic Emperor Marcus Aurelius once advised: do dwell on the beauty of life, watch the stars, and see yourself running with them. In Leonardo's mind, humankind and the stars were indeed connected, the microcosm and the macrocosm reflecting one another. Leonardo's early years, then, were not a straightforward path, but a rich tapestry of experiences. By the dawn of the 1490s, he had already painted some works, prototyped some machines, and written scores of notes, but his greatest achievement was still ahead, and he stood on the cusp of creating immortal art and diving deeper into science. Yet even now, one could say he had already achieved something profound in his youth. He had cultivated the mind of a complete person, what he himself might call a complete mind, one that studies the science of art and the art of science, realizing that everything connects to everything else. The stage was set for Leonardo da Vinci to create wonders that would enchant the world. for centuries. But before we examine those masterpieces and discoveries, let us take a gentle pause. Picture Leonardo at age 30, looking out a window at the Milanese night sky. He perhaps hums a little tune on his lyre, eyes tracing the constellations. In that moment he is neither working nor resting. He is simply being, a soul in contemplation of the universe. The seeds of knowledge and art he planted in youth are quietly germinating, soon to bloom into works of timeless genius. Among all of Leonardo's creations, one painting has captivated the world like no other, the Mona Lisa. It is often said that her smile has launched 1,000 theories and endless admiration. How did a portrait of a seemingly ordinary woman become the most famous painting in history? To approach an answer, let us step into Leonardo's studio in Florence around the year 1503. By this time, Leonardo is in his early 50s and has returned to his native Florence after years in Milan. The Republic of Florence buzzes with artistic rivalry. Michelangelo, much younger and fiery-tempered, is carving his monumental David. Raphael, a newcomer, is absorbing influences like a sponge. In a modest, light-filled room near Santa Maria Novella, Leonardo begins work on a portrait of Madonna Lisa del Giocondo, a merchant's wife who would soon be known to the ages simply as Mona Lisa, short for Mona Lisa, or Lady Lisa. Imagine being a fly on the wall in that room. It's a bright afternoon. Golden Tuscan sunlight filters through a window, diffused by a thin curtain. Mona Lisa sits in a chair, hands folded, her posture relaxed. Perhaps music plays softly. Leonardo liked to have musicians or jesters around to keep his subjects entertained, so their expressions would be natural and pleasant. Indeed, Giorgio Vasari, the biographer of Renaissance artists, later wrote that Leonardo hired musicians to play while painting Lisa, to keep that gentle smile on her face. Leonardo moves slowly, deliberately, applying thin layer upon layer of translucent paint, a technique called sfumato, with sfumato meaning vanished in smoke. He blends edges so subtly that there is no harsh line to be seen, only a smoky gradation from light to shadow. Under his skilled hand, Mona Lisa's form emerges as if through a soft morning haze. Her dark eyes glint with lifelike moisture. The corners of her lips turn upward ever so subtly, as if she holds a delightful secret. What might Leonardo and Lisa have talked about during those sittings? Perhaps about her children, or the weather, or a jest about how patiently she must sit. We do know that Leonardo took an unusually long time with this portrait. He would refine it over a span of years, and intriguingly, he never delivered it to the patron. He kept the Mona Lisa with him, even taking it to France later in life. It's as if the painting was more than a commission. It became a personal quest for artistic perfection and mystery. When we gaze at the Mona Lisa, we sense this depth. The background behind her shows an imaginary landscape, winding paths, and a distant bridge, serene lakes and jagged mountains fading into a blue horizon. The perspective of the landscape on the left and right sides doesn't perfectly match, which creates a subtle dreamlike imbalance. This was likely intentional. It contributes to that magical quality. When you look at her, something feels otherworldly. She is at once real and unreal, intimate and distant. Leonardo poured into the Mona Lisa all that he had learned about optics, anatomy, and human psychology. He knew how the human eye perceives detail, that we see sharpest at the center and fuzzier at the periphery. So he painted the details of her face with differing sharpness. The eyes are detailed and arresting, but the corners of the mouth are more blurred. The result, if you look directly at her smile, it seems to fade slightly. If you look into her eyes, you notice her smile more. Thus the expression appears to change, depending on where you focus, giving the illusion that she is alive and dynamic. Modern observers have even proposed that the mystery of Mona Lisa's smile is partly due to this optical trick. Leonardo, ever the scientist artist, likely understood this intuitively. Beyond technique, there's a philosophical dimension to this portrait. What does that smile mean? Is it suggesting that human emotions are complex, forever half revealed and half hidden? Is she smiling at the folly of those who try to decode her? Some feel a cosmic irony in her expression, as if she knows something profound about the world's beauty and impermanence. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." Perhaps Leonardo tried to capture not just Lisa's outward appearance, but the color of her soul, her interior life and thoughts. In paint, this was radical. In an age when portraits were often stiff and purely formal, Mona Lisa looks truly human, palpably alive in spirit. Leonardo achieved what he described in his own treatise on painting. Good painting is nothing but a copy of the perfections of God and a recollection of his painting. In other words, to paint nature, including the human face, faithfully is a kind of reverence. One of Leonardo's notebook entries admonishes, "He who despises painting loves neither philosophy nor nature." To him, painting was a path to understanding reality, and thus was intertwined with philosophy and the love of the natural world. The Mona Lisa exemplifies this philosophy. Looking at her, one experiences more than a mere likeness of a Florentine woman. One senses the subtle interplay of mind and matter, the very mystery of consciousness and being. No wonder that through the centuries, writers and poets have been inspired by her. Some have likened her to an eternal mother, others to a sphinx. To stand before the Mona Lisa, now in the Louvre Museum in Paris, is to join a lineage of dreamers who have tried to commune with that silent figure. She looks back at us from across time, her gaze connecting Renaissance and modernity. It's a bridge Leonardo built without knowing it, a bridge of empathy and curiosity. Of course, Mona Lisa is but one painting, albeit his most famous. Leonardo created other masterpieces that also blend reality and imagination in poetic ways. Consider The Last Supper, which he painted on the wall of a convent dining hall in Milan in the late 1490s. In that mural, Leonardo captured the exact moment. Jesus tells his disciples that one of them will betray him. The shock and emotion ripple through the group. Each apostle reacts in his own human way. Some recoil, some protest their loyalty, some turn to each other in confusion, and at the calm center, Christ is serene, accepting his fate, his figure forming a stable, triangular composition that anchors the turmoil around him. The Last Supper is a triumph of psychological insight and composition. It is as if Leonardo froze a climactic split second of time and stretched it out for us to observe quietly. He researched deeply to make it convincing. Tradition says he roamed Milan's streets to find faces that could serve as models for each apostle, wanting each to have distinctive features and character. For Judas, the betrayer, he supposedly struggled how to depict treachery. An old story claims Leonardo, frustrated in finding a model for Judas, considered using the likeness of a bothersome prior from the convent who had complained about the painting's delay. Whether or not that is true, it shows the color of anecdotes that surrounded his work. Even in storytelling, Leonardo's life became mingled with legend. Then there is Virgin of the Rocks, of which two versions exist, one in the Louvre, one in London. In this painting, the Holy Family and an angel sit in a fantastical grotto, a rocky cave opening onto distant waters and more rocks. The figures are arranged in a pyramidal form, interacting with gestures and glances. The infant John the Baptist prays. The angel Uriel looks out and points toward John. The Virgin Mary's hand hovers protectively over John while she gazes at the infant Christ, who blesses John in return. A subtle flow of communication passes between them all, and all of this happens in a dusky cavern with trickling water and strange plants, a setting that feels both natural and supernatural. It exemplifies Leonardo's love of nature's forms. The rocks and plants in the painting are carefully observed. Botanists have identified the species of flowers he depicted, and geologists admire the realistic crags, yet their arrangement is imaginative. Leonardo painted nature, not just as it is, but as it could be, revealing its hidden poetry. One cannot talk about Leonardo's art without mentioning his drawing of the Vitruvian Man. Although not a painting on a wall, this drawing on paper has become one of the most iconic images in the world. It shows a nude man in two superimposed positions with his arms and legs apart, inscribed in both a circle and a square. Accompanying the drawing are Leonardo's neat notes, in mirror writing, readable only when reflected, explaining the proportions of the human body as described by the ancient architect Vitruvius. This drawing is art, science, and philosophy in one. The circle and square represent cosmic perfection and human measure. The man's position illustrates that the ideal human proportions perfectly fit within the perfect shapes, a symbolic statement that humans are the measure of the universe, an idea dear to Renaissance humanism. The way Leonardo executed it, with the grace of line that an artist of his caliber commands, makes it visually compelling beyond the concept. In a sense, the Vitruvian Man is Leonardo's self-portrait of the age. It captures the Renaissance belief in the unity of the human body, the world, and knowledge itself. When we consider these works collectively, Mona Lisa, The Last Supper, Virgin of the Rocks, Vitruvian Man, and others, a picture emerges of Leonardo's artistic vision. He sought to capture life's essence, whether in a glance between people, a subtle smile, or the proportion of a limb. He merged observation and imagination seamlessly. He once advised artists to look at stains on a wall or the forms of clouds to spur the imagination, seeing figures and landscapes therein, a technique to train creative vision. Leonardo's own paintings often have this quality of suggestion, as if beyond the precise forms he rendered, there's an invitation to the viewer's imagination to wander. Mona Lisa's background, for instance, is an invented landscape that one can almost step into, losing oneself in those winding roads and rivers that lead to no particular place. A dreamscape conjured by the art. Leonardo also left many paintings unfinished, or only envisioned. There are sketches of an adoration of the Magi teeming with figures and complex architecture that he began but did not complete. There was a planned mural of the Battle of Anghiari in Florence which he started with great ambition, producing a cartoon, full-scale drawing, and even beginning to paint, but which deteriorated due to an experimental technique he used. In each attempt, though unfinished, we see his relentless push beyond the ordinary. In the Battle of Anghiari sketches, the ferocity and movement of horses and soldiers are so vivid that artists for generations marveled at them. A contemporary said that even unfinished, Leonardo's work left the spectator in awe, seeing in it the perfection of art and the imperfection of its ruin, as if the two were intentionally juxtaposed. There is something poetic in that, the idea that a work of art, like life, might remain perpetually in progress, always striving but never final. Leonardo's art, especially Mona Lisa, gives the feeling of something eternally becoming. as if her expression is always about to change, as if the Last Supper is a frozen moment that could suddenly continue. Art for Leonardo was not a static display, but a living exploration. He wrote that a great painter is akin to a poet and a philosopher. Indeed, if we listen closely, each of his paintings whispers philosophical questions to us. What do we feel? How does nature shape us? And how do we perceive nature? Standing before the Mona Lisa, one might recall the Persian poet Rumi's gentle urging. You were born with wings. Why prefer to crawl through life? Her slight smile could be saying just that, encouraging us to lift our gaze, to realize our potential. Her creator, Leonardo, certainly never crawled. He mentally flew, and through his art he teaches us, in a subtle wordless way, that we too can fly by using our minds and senses fully. Thus, Leonardo's art is more than beautiful images. It is a bridge between reality and imagination, a meditation on existence, and ultimately a source of peace and fascination for the soul that beholds it. The By candlelight in a silent stone chamber, Leonardo gently opens the human hand, carefully exploring the tendons that allow each finger to bend. It is after midnight, in a hospital in Pavia, around 1510. The world sleeps, but Leonardo is awake, immersed in one of his most daring and profound pursuits, the study of human anatomy. In an era when dissection was viewed with suspicion and often outright forbidden, Leonardo obtained special permission from doctors to examine cadavers, sometimes the unclaimed dead, from hospitals. He approached the human body with the reverence of an artist and the curiosity of a scientist. Imagine him at a table, a single oil lamp casting a golden halo of light. The air is cool and still. With a surgeon's precision, he traces the structures of muscle and bone, noting how a tendon connects to a muscle belly, how the heart sits nestled in the chest. He does not merely observe, he draws. His notebook page fills with exquisitely detailed sketches. A heart's internal chambers here, a fetus curled in the womb there, a cross-section of a skull, the branching of arteries like rivers on a map. His notes, in characteristic mirrored script, surround the drawings, explaining and questioning. What nerves cause the movement of the eye? How does the valve of the heart function during contraction? We see, through this intimate scene, a Leonardo far from courtly glamour, engaging directly with the truth of nature's design. Leonardo's anatomical studies stand among the greatest scientific achievements of the Renaissance, though tragically they remained unpublished in his lifetime. By his own count, Leonardo dissected 30 corpses in his lifetime, exploring almost every aspect of human and comparative animal anatomy. He was, in effect, centuries ahead of his time. His drawings of the spine, the skull, the muscles, and the heart are so accurate that modern physicians marvel at them. In one famous series, he drew the human fetus in utero, delicately portraying the fetus connected by the umbilical cord to the placenta, all within the cutaway of a womb. The tenderness and exactness of those drawings are striking. One can sense Leonardo's awe at the miracle of life. He combined his artistic skill with an analytic mind to depict not just what the parts of the body look like, but how they function and relate. For instance, he made diagrams of the heart's aortic valve and deduced the swirling flow of blood, something cardiologists only confirmed in the 20th century. From observing the static structure of the body, Leonardo proceeded to study the role of individual parts in mechanical activity. Notes one analysis of his work. He saw the body as an integration of form and function, But dry description does not convey the almost poetic quality of Leonardo's scientific approach. Consider how he described the body using metaphors from the natural world. In his notes he wrote, "We might say that the earth has a spirit of growth, that its flesh is the soil, its bones the arrangement of the rocks, and its blood the springs of water." In this imaginative comparison, the earth itself becomes alive, flesh, bones, blood analogous to the human body. This reveals Leonardo's holistic thinking. He perceived echoes between the microcosm, the human, and the macrocosm, the earth. To him, anatomy was not just a technical exercise. It was part of a broader philosophical quest to understand life's unity. When Leonardo dissected a human arm and drew each muscle, he did so with the wonder of someone uncovering a divine engineering. The pull of each muscle like ropes and pulleys in a marvelously designed machine. He once exclaimed in his notes how nature has nothing useless, how every part has a purpose. In her inventions nothing is lacking, and nothing is superfluous. Observing a simple human foot, he admired how it could support the body with a delicate arch structure, marveling at the balance of bones and sinews. His approach was deeply empirical. He trusted what he saw with his eyes, and what he could reason with logic over blindly accepting ancient authorities. For example, the 2nd century physician Galen had been the standard in anatomy, but Galen never dissected humans, only animals, and thus had errors. Leonardo identified some of these errors by observing reality directly, though he lacked the means to publicize his corrections widely. Nonetheless, his notes show him correcting the shape of the sternum bone, or the number of lobes in the human liver, guided by his own findings rather than tradition. Beyond human anatomy, Leonardo studied animals and plants with equal zeal. He dissected cows, birds, monkeys, bears, and even a porcupine, comparing their anatomy to human. He filled pages with careful drawings of horse legs, given his interest in creating an equestrian statue, and drawings of bear paws or bird wings. In one series, he analyzed the wing structure of birds, which directly fed into his designs for flying machines. He also took delight in botany, observing how plants grow, how leaves arrange around stems. He noticed the spiral phyllotaxy of leaves, though he didn't name it as such. In one folio, a sketch of a wildflower is annotated with notes on its seed heads. In another, a swirling water eddy is drawn side by side with a curl of hair. Leonardo saw spiral vortices as a common motif from water to hair, to even how air might swirl. His notebook entries can transition from the technical, the exact measurements of the human femur, to the lyrical. He once personified water as having desires, saying water wishes to stay high to emulate air, and yet falls down to find rest, an imaginative take on fluid dynamics. This blend of scientific observation and poetic reflection is signature Leonardo. Let us visualize another everyday scene. Leonardo stepping outside at dawn after a long night in the dissecting room. The first light of morning reveals the rolling Lombard countryside. Dehoring Tigates died. Dew sparkles on grass. Distant church bells ring the Angelus. Tired but inspired, Leonardo breathes in the fresh air and watches a flock of birds take flight from the trees. To any other onlooker, the birds are just a pretty sight. To Leonardo, they are a living study of aerodynamics. He likely squints and notes the angle of their wings on the downstroke, how they tuck their wings on the upstroke, the way a leading bird's wingtips leave slight vortices in the air that the trailing birds ride. This is not fanciful conjecture. We know Leonardo wrote Il Codice Volo degli Uccelli, the Codex on the Flight of Birds, around 1505, a treatise where he recorded his findings on how birds fly, analyzing the physics of it. In those notes, he was the first to comprehend that a bird stays aloft by tilting its wing, angle of attack, against the air. He even mused about the possibility of human flight. The great bird will take its first flight, filling the world with amazement, filling all writings with its fame, and bringing eternal glory to the nest whence it sprang. Some interpret this as a poetic announcement in his notebook of the potential of his flying machine. The great bird could be mankind's first flying machine. If so, it shows Leonardo's self-awareness of working on something revolutionary. He dissected birds as well to study their musculature, how strong their breast muscles were to power flight. As part of understanding life, Leonardo also delved into physiology, the functions of organs. He made hypotheses about how the eye perceives, correctly deducing that the eye's lens focuses light on the retina. How the heart's valves work, drawing them in detail and intuiting the swirling pattern of blood flow that helps close the valves, and even how the brain might be the center of senses. He did brain dissections, locating what he and others called the sensus communis, common sense center, where they thought the soul processed sensory input. He injected hot wax into an ox brain to model the ventricles, hollow cavities, an innovative method to get their exact shape. When that wax cast popped out, he observed the form, an early example of a casting technique to study anatomy. Leonardo's notebooks from these years are astonishing, not just for their content, but for their sheer volume and organization. He would pepper the pages with to-do lists of investigations. One such famous to-do list from around 1490 shows how diverse his inquiries were. Measure the thickness of Milan city walls. Get the master of arithmetic to teach you how to square a triangle. Ask the doctor of Pavia about the flow of blood. Find out how they go on ice in Flanders. Ice skating. Draw a Milan. Get a skull. That's right. Even the tongue of a woodpecker piqued his curiosity, likely because woodpeckers have extraordinarily long tongues coiled in their head to cushion their brain from shocks. Who else but Leonardo would think to investigate such a thing? One entry literally says, "Describe the jaw of a crocodile and the tongue of a woodpecker." We can smile at the charm of this. It shows that no facet of natural history was too small or odd for him. Everything merited examination. This voracious curiosity and intellectual restlessness was apparent to those around him. One biographer noted how Leonardo would buy caged birds from the market, only to set them free. A poetic image, the artist-scientist liberating creatures, just to watch them fly, perhaps to learn or perhaps out of compassion. He was known to be a vegetarian at times, a rarity then because he abhorred hurting animals. Walking through the Italian countryside with Leonardo would have been a revelation. A quiet pond would prompt him to toss a stone and watch the ripples, leading to sketches of concentric wave patterns and speculations on sound waves moving similarly through air. A thunderstorm over the hills might lead him to write about the water cycle and the macrocosm's circulatory system. Indeed, he compared rivers to blood vessels. If he saw an old tree stump, he'd count its rings and relate them to age. He actually noted that the thickness of yearly rings told of good or bad seasons, a proto-dendrochronology. The slope of hills with strata of seashell fossils made him realize those hills were once under sea. He correctly inferred that fossils were remains of ancient life, and argued against the biblical flood being their cause, since different layers showed long processes, not a single event. In this, he was quietly defying the conventional explanations of his day with reason and evidence. Leonardo's scientific writings also reveal a spiritual reverence for nature's laws. No human investigation can be called true science if it cannot be demonstrated mathematically, he wrote, upholding the idea of measurable proof. Yet simultaneously, he had an almost mystical appreciation for the beauty of nature's designs. He often used the Italian word natura, nature, as one might use God, attributing to nature a guiding, inventing power. Necessity is the mistress and guide of nature, he wrote. Necessity is the theme and inventress, the eternal curb and law of nature. In those lines we sense his respect for the order and purpose in the natural world, an order he sought to learn from and emulate in his own inventions. For all his extraordinary findings, Leonardo remained fundamentally humble before nature. One of his famous quotes from the notebooks advises, "Experience is the mother of all knowledge," and warns that science, which is not born of experience, is full of errors. This empirical, observational approach is the bedrock of the scientific method. We can regard Leonardo as a forerunner of the great scientists like Galileo and Newton. Even though Leonardo didn't formalize his theories or publish them, he lacked perhaps the mathematical language to fully articulate laws of physics, but he sensed them. For instance, in his study of falling objects, he noted that all motion is created by the thing which is moved, and by another which moves it, anticipating inertia and action-reaction concepts. He nearly discerned the law of gravitational acceleration by timing weights dropping from a tower using water clocks. There's a note where he writes of something like force times distance trade-off, a rudimentary conservation of energy notion when discussing machines like levers. Despite these insights, Leonardo's scientific legacy was hidden for a long time because, again, he did not publish. After his death, his notebooks eventually dispersed or lay dormant. It took centuries for the world fully to appreciate that the artist who painted the Mona Lisa had also drawn the first accurate representation of the human spine and had designed workable, in theory, robots and calculating machines. Today, reading through his anatomical notes or his Codex Leicester, a set of writings on geology and water, is like conversing with a mind that is both analytical and poetic, bridging two cultures, art and science, that later generations often separated. In Leonardo, they were one. We should not leave this section on Leonardo's study of life without mentioning how it all fitted into his search for truth. Leonardo believed that by understanding the human body, he would better paint it. By understanding the flow of blood or water, he would better engineer rivers and pumps. By understanding optics, he would better create perspective and light effects in paintings. For him, art and science nourished each other. One anecdote has Leonardo dissecting a human face to find the muscles that move the lips, just to comprehend how to paint a smile as elusive as Mona Lisa's. Whether or not that exact dissection occurred, it symbolizes his integrated approach. Art drove him to science. Science enriched his art. Yet beyond utility, one senses that Leonardo simply found joy in knowing. The noblest pleasure is the joy of understanding. He is often quoted, a line that, if not directly in his notebooks, certainly encapsulates his ethos. Even in our imagination of him, standing in that silent morgue or wandering through fields at sunset, we feel that joy emanating from him, a quiet delight as a new pattern clicks in his mind, as another piece of the puzzle of nature falls into place. Rumi, in a contemplative mood, said, "Only from the heart can you touch the sky." Leonardo's heart was in his quest for knowledge, and through it, he indeed touched the sky of understanding. There is something profoundly peaceful in this image. A man deeply at peace when he He is learning, observing, discovering. In our busy modern world, perhaps Leonardo's approach offers a lesson that immersing ourselves in studying the wonders around us can be a source of inner calm and fulfillment. In conclusion of this chapter, envision one more scene. Leonardo, older now, sitting in a quiet garden, his anatomical drawings spread on a table as he watches the play of sunlight through the leaves. A cat naps nearby. He has a skull on the table too, an object of his study, now a paperweight for his folios. He's writing a note to himself, summarizing a life's observation. He scribbles, Il sol non si move, the sun does not move. A thought he had that challenged the geocentric view, hinting that perhaps the Earth moves around the sun. He then sketches a quick diagram of the solar system as he imagines it. A gentle breeze comes. He pauses, sets down the pen, and simply feels the sun's warmth on his face. In such moments, one senses Leonardo felt in tune with creation, having probed its workings and found beauty at every level. That feeling of unity with nature through understanding is as poetic as anything in art or literature. It is the gift Leonardo's scientific work gives to posterity, a demonstration that rational inquiry and emotional awe can coexist, yielding not just knowledge, but a serene appreciation for the intricate miracle of life. The Renaissance man. Philosophy, knowledge, and the intertwining of art and science. What does it mean to be a Renaissance man? This question might well be answered simply with the name Leonardo da Vinci, but let us reflect more deeply, as Leonardo himself would, examining the concept from multiple angles. A Renaissance man is often defined as an individual of many talents and knowledge in a wide array of fields. Yet it is more than a checklist of skills. It is a philosophy of wholeness, a belief that all knowledge is connected, and that the well-rounded development of the self is the highest human aim. Leonardo exemplified this in the way he lived and worked. His life provides philosophical fodder on genius, learning, and the unity of art and science. One might ask, was Leonardo born a genius, or did he become one through effort and curiosity? It's the age-old nature versus nurture query, cast in Renaissance terms. We know Leonardo had innate gifts, an extraordinary eye for detail, an uncanny visual memory, a quick mind. But he was not someone who just sat back on raw talent. He worked tirelessly to cultivate his abilities. In his notebooks, we find moments of self-critique and determination. He wrote, "I have offended God and mankind because my work didn't reach the quality it should have," revealing the perfectionism that drove him, even if we today see no offense at all, only brilliance. Michelangelo, his younger contemporary and sometimes rival, was famously driven and said, "If people knew how hard I worked to get my mastery, it wouldn't seem so wonderful at all." The same is surely true of Leonardo. His endless experiments, his willingness to start over, his attention to lessons from failure, all these speak to genius as a pursuit, as much as a gift. It aligns with Aristotle's notion that excellence is a habit, not a single act. Leonardo made a habit of excellence by constant learning. Crucially, Leonardo had what one of his modern biographers calls learning agility. He could apply insights from one domain to another. For example, his study of water flow influenced how he painted the flow of hair in a portrait. His knowledge of anatomy gave him a greater sensitivity when sculpting or sketching a figure in motion. Conversely, his artist's eye informed his scientific observations. He saw patterns where others might not. Martin Kemp, a renowned Leonardo scholar, noted, One of the characteristics you'll find of polymaths generally is that they see links where we see separations. For Leonardo, everything's linked up. Indeed, Leonardo's notebooks famously jump from subject to subject. One page might go from the angle of a bird's wing to a geometry problem to a list of Latin vocabulary words. It seems chaotic, but underlying it is a web of connections in his mind. He believed, as he wrote, realized that everything connects to everything else. This is a profoundly philosophical stance, almost a proto-systems theory, or a spiritual holistic insight. It suggests a oneness in the pursuit of truth. Leonardo was also shaped by the humanist philosophy of his time, which placed humans at the center of inquiry, not in a selfish way, but in the sense that human capacity and experience were the lenses for understanding the world. In practice, this meant reviving classical learning, emphasizing empirical evidence and the use of reason. It also meant a more secular appreciation of beauty and the material world, even as spirituality remained important. Leonardo, though a churchgoer like everyone in his day, had an essentially empirical, almost skeptical mind about dogma. He got in a bit of trouble in Rome for dissecting corpses in secret, forbidden by the Pope, and had some tensions with authorities. Yet he wasn't a loud rebel like Galileo later became. Leonardo's challenges to orthodoxy were quieter, embodied in his art and notes rather than public proclamations. He wrote in one note a subtle jab that the sun does not move, hinting at heliocentrism, but he didn't publish it. That's typical. He questioned deeply, but often privately. Perhaps he was cautious, or perhaps he simply cared more for the truth itself than for taking credit or causing waves. Now consider the intertwining of art and science in his search for truth. Leonardo's contemporary scientists like Copernicus dealt in abstract mathematics and observations, while artists like Raphael focused on painting sublime Madonnas. Leonardo straddled both realms, showing they are not separate at all. He famously said, "Painting is a science, elevating it above mere craft to an intellectual discipline based on geometry, optics, and understanding of nature." Conversely, he brought a certain artistry to his scientific work. The way he drew anatomical parts, for instance, was not just accurate but also clear and elegant, making the knowledge accessible visually. In his view, the eye, prince of the senses, was crucial. Sight was the means to knowledge. He called eyes the window of the soul, and believed that to draw something was to truly see and know it. So for him, drawing was a form of analysis, hence all those sketches. He once advised other artists, if you want to understand motion, draw a moving figure at multiple stages, anticipating time-lapse analysis. His treatise Notes on Painting read partly like a physics textbook, discussing light, shadow, perspective, and partly like a psychology text, how expressions reflect inner emotions. To Leonardo, truth and beauty were two sides of the same coin. In a notable entry, he wrote, "He who despises painting loves neither philosophy nor nature, equating the love of art with love of wisdom and the natural world." If someone said, painting, that's just pretty pictures, Leonardo retorted that painting engages with fundamental truths of how light works, how the eye perceives, how the mind interprets. It is deeply philosophical and rooted in nature's laws. Likewise, he saw music as the sister of painting, ephemeral but mathematical, touching the soul. Poetry and painting, he compared to. Poetry, he said, is heard but not seen. Painting is seen but silent. Both can convey stories and feelings. This cross-thinking exemplifies Renaissance interdisciplinary spirit. Philosophically, Leonardo was a humanist, but also something of a proto-scientist. In his notebooks, he He muses on the nature of the soul occasionally, but he is more engrossed by earthly mysteries. He respected experience, experienza, above all. All our knowledge has its origins in our perceptions, he noted. Sounding like an Aristotelian empiricist, he did not follow authority blindly. In a time still dominated by scholastic reverence for ancient authors, Leonardo dared to say essentially, we can know by investigating ourselves. This approach put him in tune with the direction of modern science, and also with classical Stoic wisdom that emphasized direct understanding of nature. One could argue Leonardo's philosophy was a kind of naturalistic spirituality. Consider how he described nature with awe, as if describing a divine mechanism. He didn't often mention God explicitly in his scientific notes, which is telling. He admired how everything in nature served a purpose, a reflection of a well-ordered design. In a note marveling at fossils on mountaintops, he refuted the idea that a biblical flood alone could explain them, instead inferring a great age of earth. In doing so, he gently parted from literal scripture, guided by reason, a bold intellectual independence at the time. Leonardo also left tantalizing fables and writings that reveal his moral philosophy. He penned little stories, one about a clay pot bragging to a bronze pot until it cracked from the sun's heat, teaching humility. Another about how a flame, proud and rising, is snuffed by the wind. These read like Aesop's fables or Sufi tales in their brevity and insight. They show Leonardo reflecting on human virtues and follies. Though he was not a professional philosopher like Machiavelli or Pico della Mirandola, his observations on life are integrated in his art and science. Let's not forget the role of patrons in society on his philosophy of work. He lived at courts and interacted with princes who had their own uses for art and tech, glory, prestige, war. Leonardo had to balance pure pursuit of knowledge with pleasing patrons. Some scholars suggest this caused him frustration at times. He couldn't finish certain studies or publish because he was busy painting or dealing with politics. Yet, in his final years in France under King Francis, he enjoyed unusual freedom. The king adored him and would talk with him for hours. There's a sweet anecdote. Francis I called Leonardo mon père, my father, out of affection, and held him in highest esteem, not for any single painting, but for the totality of his wisdom. It was like the ideal of a philosopher-artist appreciated by a philosopher-king. If true, these exchanges must have been akin to Plato's dialogues come to life, a powerful ruler learning from a sage creative mind. Now, weaving in the voices of other thinkers as the user requested, we have touched on Aristotle, desire to know, Dante, pursuit of knowledge, Rumi, wings and heart, Marcus Aurelius, beauty of life and nature's perspective, and Machiavelli, study and pragmatism. These influences, direct or indirect, enriched our narrative. Leonardo likely read classical authors like Pliny, Archimedes, and maybe bits of Marcus Aurelius, though Aurelius' Meditations wasn't widely circulated in the Renaissance. But Stoic or humanist ideas float in the cultural air he breathed. The wisdom of Marcus Aurelius. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Resonates with Leonardo's cosmic curiosity and frequent star observations. Indeed, he wrote about astronomy too, doing star diagrams and pondering the moon's reflected light. He might have even physically watched the stars while running thought experiments, as Marcus recommended. Machiavelli, as mentioned, had literal interactions with Leonardo. Machiavelli's letter about putting on robes to converse with ancient philosophers in his study is a vivid picture of Renaissance intellectual life. Leonardo, Not a writer of political theory, nonetheless practiced something analogous. He conversed with classical sources like Vitruvius or Ptolemy by studying them and adding his notes. Machiavelli's advice in The Prince to Rulers has little overlap with Leonardo's world of art, but both men understood the value of knowledge and direct observation of reality. Machiavelli observed human behavior in courts. Leonardo observed patterns in nature. Both, in their own way, valued truth over convention. Machiavelli shockingly argued that sometimes morality might need bending for stability's sake, a pragmatic truth. And Leonardo quietly showed that empirical facts might trump long-held beliefs, like demonstrating errors in Galen's anatomy. They simply applied truth-seeking in different arenas. Rumi's mystical lines might seem far from Leonardo, but consider this. Rumi extolled learning through love and direct experience, often through paradox and imagination. Leonardo's approach to knowledge also had a passionate, almost loving dimension. He truly loved what he studied. He exuded that childlike wonder, which is a kind of love for the world. What you seek is seeking you, Rumi wrote. Leonardo sought nature's secrets, and in turn, nature revealed itself to him, as if rewarding his earnest curiosity. There's a subtle spiritual fulfillment one senses in Leonardo. When he wrote, "Time stays long enough for those who use it," it's an encouragement to seize the day by engaging in meaningful work, and he surely used his time well, across art and science, as if aware that a life spent learning and creating was a life that wouldn't feel short. He also wrote, "As a well-spent day brings happy sleep, so a life well spent brings happy death." Indeed, Leonardo's final reported words were along the lines of apologizing to God and man because he felt he didn't achieve enough. A gentle humility, even at the end, but one hopes he also sensed the great completeness of his life's journey, a life well spent. The broader cultural context also influenced Leonardo's philosophy. Renaissance Italy saw the collision of classical philosophy with Christian theology, the rise of individual fame. Artists signed works now, a change from medieval anonymity, and the early tremors of scientific revolution. Leonardo stands at that intersection. For example, the question, is genius a gift or a pursuit, might in Christian thought be phrased as, is it a divine gift or personal virtue? The Renaissance answer was often both. A God-given spark and a personal duty to cultivate it. The parable of the talents from the Bible could be invoked. Leonardo demonstrates how natural talent can be amplified by relentless work and curiosity. In turn, he became a gift to humanity. And what of the question? How do art and science intertwine in the search for truth? Let's articulate an answer gleaned from Leonardo's life. Art and science are like two wings of a bird, both necessary to truly soar in understanding. Science, in Leonardo's case, observation and experiment, provides the knowledge of how things are. Art provides insight into why they matter, how they feel, how the parts form a meaningful whole. Leonardo blended them so well that his scientific sketches are artistic and his artworks are scientifically informed. In searching for truth, he didn't narrow his gaze, he broadened it. There is a lovely synergy. His scientific rigor kept his art honest and lifelike, and his artistic sensibility kept his science imaginative and human. This synergy is something the modern world, often separating the two cultures, can learn from. Philosophically, Leonardo can be seen as a symbol of human potential. He is cited whenever we talk about individuals who break molds, who refuse to be just one thing. In that sense, Leonardo's life invites us to meditate on our own multifaceted nature. We may not all be polymaths of his caliber, but his legacy encourages the idea that one should not shy away from exploring multiple interests. You were not made to live like brutes, but to follow virtue and knowledge, wrote Dante. That phrase could almost serve as Leonardo's motto. He followed knowledge in whatever direction it led him, virtuously using it to create beauty and solve problems. Seldom, if ever, to destructive ends. Even his war designs largely remain drawings. Finally, consider how Leonardo's example touches our emotions. Many find peace and inspiration in reading about him or viewing his creations. Why? Perhaps because he represents the integration we all silently long for. A life where work is play, where learning is joyful, where creativity is boundless, where all parts of one's self come together in harmony. It's a life that resonates with a kind of quiet bliss, even amid struggles. When you stand in front of the Mona Lisa or the Vitruvian Man, you don't just admire the technique, you feel a kind of calm, as if sensing the mind behind it. A mind that found unity and diversity, that reflected the cosmos in the small and vice versa. This brings to mind Marcus Aurelius again. The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Leonardo's soul must have been dyed with all the colors of the rainbow given the range of his thoughts, and that makes him fascinating and oddly comforting, a reassurance of what humans are capable of at their best. So, to be a Renaissance man, as demonstrated by Leonardo, is to cultivate oneself broadly and deeply, to be guided by insatiable curiosity, to remain humble before the vastness of knowledge, and to always interweave rationality with creativity, analysis with empathy. Leonardo is extraordinary, yes, but he often emphasized his own ordinariness. His notebooks sometimes contain self-deprecating remarks. This humility is itself a philosophical lesson. No matter how much one knows, there is infinitely more to learn. In one notebook page he scribbled, "Ancora imparo, still I learn," a phrase also famously said by Michelangelo later. It captures the perpetual growth mindset. In conclusion of this philosophical musing, Leonardo da Vinci's life and works form a long, meditative essay in themselves, blending science, philosophy, art, and history. He not only inhabited that blend, he was that blend. And through studying him, we too start seeing the world a bit more as a whole. We're painting a smile, we're dissecting a heart, we're sketching a flying machine, are all expressions of the same noble endeavor, understanding and celebrating the intricate truth of existence. Leonardo once wrote, "The water you touch in a river is the last of that which has passed, and the first of that which is coming." Such a poetic scientific observation, always in flux, like knowledge, like life. In Leonardo's Renaissance philosophy, one might say the search for truth is like a river, flowing through art and science, fed by curiosity and guided by experience, ever changing yet ever the same water of human wonder. And indeed, Leonardo stepped into that river joyfully, leaving ripples that reach us even now, inviting us to wade in and perhaps find our own reflection in its depths. Legacy and the bridge between reality and imagination. Leonardo da Vinci died on May 2nd, 1519, at the age of 67, in the gentle countryside of Amboise, France. It's told that King Francis I was at his side, though historians debate the exactitude of that detail, and that Leonardo, ever the dramatist at heart, expended his final breath in the arms of a king. A poetic image of a life spent at the crossroads of art and power, genius and patronage. Whether or not it happened so, the image endures because it symbolizes how deeply valued Leonardo had become. Francis I later reputedly said, There had never been another man born in the world who knew as much as Leonardo, calling him a man who could do everything. What is Leonardo's legacy? It spans so broadly that it permeates our culture, our science, our art, often in ways we may not even realize. In the realm of art, every portrait painter since has been influenced by what Leonardo did. The nuanced psychological depth of Mona Lisa set a standard for capturing the inner life of subjects. The Last Supper's composition and emotive storytelling became a template for narrative art. Sfumato and chiaroscuro, light-dark techniques Leonardo mastered, were adopted and refined by later masters. Even modern photographic portraiture owes a debt to Leonardo's keen study of expressions and lighting. In museums, Leonardo's few surviving paintings, fewer than 20 authenticated works, draw millions of visitors. They have become almost pilgrimage sites for art lovers. His notebooks, once obscure, are now recognized as art objects themselves. The mingling of sketches and script on those sepia pages has a beauty that has been displayed in exhibitions, inspiring designers and engineers alike. In science and engineering, Leonardo's legacy is one of inspiration and anticipation. Why he didn't single-handedly spark the scientific revolution, Galileo, Bacon, etc., came later to formalize method. Leonardo is now hailed as a prophet of that revolution. Tribology, study of friction. He studied how friction affects machinery and noted the need for lubricants in moving parts. Fundamentals in mechanical engineering. Anatomy. His drawings anticipated treatises published much later. In 2019, a study in a medical journal marveled that Leonardo depicted a condition called coronary artery blockage in an ox heart drawing, something not truly understood until modern cardiology. Robotics, his mechanical knight concept, is noted in the history of robotics. Flight. The Wright brothers acknowledged Leonardo's pioneering designs. There's even an English Channel crossing done by parachute of Leonardo's design as mentioned. Each domain he touched, he pushed forward by planting ideas. He also left a legacy in the idea of the universal person. The term Renaissance man itself, used widely to praise anyone who has broad talents, implicitly references Leonardo da. He is the go-to example. For instance, in education, calls for STEAM, science, technology, engineering, art, mathematics, interdisciplinarity, often invoke Leonardo as a model of why blending art and science is powerful. Steve Jobs once said that at Apple, they tried to marry technology with liberal arts to create great products, giving a nod to Renaissance ideals. Leonardo's name often appears in such contexts as the exemplar of creativity, science, synergy. Another facet of his legacy is more philosophical. It's the legacy of curiosity and observation. When we emphasize in science the importance of looking at nature carefully, like Jane Goodall with chimpanzees, or Einstein conducting thought experiments on beams of light, we are echoing Leonardo's spirit. We are echoing Leonardo's spirit. He taught by example that quietly watching the world can yield extraordinary insights. There's an anecdote that when Leonardo was painting The Last Supper, he would sometimes stare at the wall for an hour, make one small brush stroke, then leave. People thought him lazy, but Leonardo explained he was working in his mind, solving a problem of expression or composition internally. This story is comforting to every thinker or artist who has felt the need to pause and ponder. It validates the invisible labor of creativity. Leonardo's life also serves as a bridge between imagination and reality. Throughout this narrative, we've noted how he often drifted into imaginative realms, dreaming of wings slicing the sky, envisioning apocalyptic floods and deluges in some of his later drawings, or painting fantastic landscapes. Yet he always tried to ground them in reality through design, mathematics, or experiment. In his art, reality and dream interlace. Mona Lisa's real face in an unreal landscape. The baptism of Christ painting where heavenly vision is rendered with believable human beauty. In his science, imagination spurs hypotheses, which he then attempts to verify with observation. This bridging is perhaps his greatest lesson to us, that we need not choose between fantasizing and empiricism. The two can dance. As the poet William Blake centuries later said, "What is now proved was once only imagined." Leonardo personifies that principle. Many of his imaginings, flying machines, armored cars, contact lenses. Yes, he sketched a concept for those. Giant lenses for telescopes, etc., were later proven or made real. The bridge he built in his mind eventually became a real bridge humanity crossed. Culturally, Leonardo has become a mythic figure, sometimes veiled by cliches. The solitary genius, the mysterious sage, the popular portrayal in movies, novels like the Da Vinci Code, albeit fictional documentaries, often drapes him in enigma. Indeed, some aspects of him remain mysterious. His personal life is somewhat obscure. He never married or had children. He wrote in code, mirror script, perhaps just because he was left-handed and it was convenient, but it adds to aura. He even encrypted some ideas lightly to keep them from prying eyes. People love a good mystery, and Leonardo provides a wholesome one, not of sinister crime, but of intellect. The question, how could one man have such capacious mind, is itself a delightful puzzle that keeps Leonardo in our collective fascination. Leonardo's notebooks, those that survive, are now scattered in museums and collections. The Codex Atlanticus in Milan, Codex Arundel in the British Library, Codex Leicester famously owned by Bill Gates, who has lent it to museums to display. They are treated like holy relics of creativity. Through them, Leonardo, in a sense, still speaks. When we see his quick sketch of a man's smiling lips or a turbulent gush of water, across 500 years we feel a connection. The line drawn by his hand meets our eye and triggers similar wonder. It's a direct transmission of thought and artistry. Few legacies accomplish that so tangibly. Perhaps the greatest legacy, though, is how Leonardo's life can inspire inner peace and hope. This might seem odd to say. Wasn't he always striving restlessly? Yes, he was. But there's also a deep serenity in someone who finds meaning in exploration rather than in titles or riches. Leonardo had financial ups and downs. He cared relatively little for wealth beyond what was needed for projects. His satisfaction seemed to come from the work itself. And that is a lesson. That flow state where one loses track of time because one is engrossed in creation or discovery. Leonardo lived much of his life in that state, and such engagement is often described as a peak form of human happiness, a contentment beyond shallow pleasures. For the listener drifting to sleep with this narrative, recalling the user's request for a soothing bedtime story quality, Leonardo's story leaves a gentle imprint, the image of an older Leonardo walking in a sun-dappled forest, stooping to observe the pattern of veins on a fallen leaf. He smiles, seeing in that leaf a microcosm of a tree's life, maybe sketching its delicate outline in red chalk. The world is quiet. His mind is calm yet eager. If we follow that image, perhaps we too can feel a bit of that calm inquisitiveness. In our own lives, we can carry a bit of Leonardo's legacy by nurturing our curiosity, by finding beauty in knowledge and vice versa, by not being afraid to cross boundaries between disciplines or between reality and imagination. In a way, Leonardo bridges the mortal and the immortal. Mortally, he was a man of flesh and blood, who could err. He sometimes made mistakes or left projects undone, and who aged and died. But immortally, through his creations and ideas, he achieved a form of timelessness. Mona Lisa's smile is as alive today as it was 500 years ago, undiminished, endlessly provocative. His mirror-written pages, once meant for his eyes alone, are now studied by school children and scholars, each decoding and learning anew. Marcus Aurelius wrote in Meditations about living in a way that accords with nature and accepting one's small part in the grand scheme. Leonardo's works seem to say, yes, accept our smallness, but also rejoice in how intimately we can understand the grand scheme through observation and imagination. His Vitruvian Man standing in a circle and square literally puts humankind in the center of the cosmic geometry, not in arrogance, but in harmonious proportion. It says humans can reflect the universe's order. That symbol has become shorthand for the convergence of art, science, and the human spirit. As the night deepens, let us cast one more glance at Leonardo's masterpiece to glean a final philosophical musing. The Mona Lisa. She has weathered 500 years, thefts, acid attacks, endless crowds, yet she remains serenely smiling. Time has not solved her enigma. If anything, it has deepened it. Is she smiling at us? At Leonardo himself behind the canvas? At some secret thought? In that ambiguity lies the perfect blend of reality and imagination. She is real, a portrait of a real woman, Lisa Gerard. Time and again, viewers report that gazing at her brings a sense of calm intrigue, a paradoxical but pleasant state of being curious yet content not to fully know. This is akin to a meditative state. Perhaps this is Leonardo's final gift, to show that mystery itself can be beautiful and soothing. Not all questions need immediate answers. Some can be savored. In an age of instant information, Leonardo reminds us of the value of slow, unfolding discovery. Thus, as we conclude this long journey from the Mona Lisa to flying machines, from Renaissance Florence to the quiet French manor of Clos Doucet, from the depths of the human body to the heights of the sky, we realize we have in fact been traveling through the extraordinary mind of Leonardo da Vinci. It is a landscape as rich and varied as any he painted, full of light and shadow, mountains and rivers of thought, curiosities peeking around each corner. It leaves us with not just knowledge of history, art, and science, but with a feeling, a gentle uplift of the heart, an encouragement to look at the world with fresh, wondering eyes. Leonardo's world, ultimately, is not separate from ours. We carry a part of it every time we appreciate both the petals of a flower and the stars above. Every time we design something new or draw for the joy of it. Every time we crack a problem by thinking outside the box. And every time we smile at a mystery rather than frown. Let us end with a quote from Leonardo's own pen. A simple one. La vita è lunga, se è piena. Life is long if it is full. Leonardo's life was certainly full of ideas, of creations, of explorations. In that fullness, we find a certain kind of long life that stretches beyond chronological years into the lasting influence on humanity. And so, as we bid buona notte to Maestro Leonardo, we take with us a bit of his fullness to enrich our own lives. In the quiet that follows, perhaps you hear the faint flutter of a page turning in one of his notebooks, or the soft flap of a bird's wings high in the night. Perhaps you feel inspired to dream not only in images but in ideas. Leonardo would approve, for he believed in the endless potential of the mind's eye. In our dreams, maybe we too will sketch wonders on the air. And who knows, some of those dreams might, with time and curiosity, become our reality. After all, as Leonardo showed, the extraordinary often begins in the ordinary act of asking sweet dreams and never stop wondering. Buonanotte, pipite, peptis flexibiae.